AWANI, Deputy Foreign Minister of Malaysia, yang berbahagia Datuk Mahathir Mohamad, Commissioner of the Human Rights Commission of Malaysia, yang berbahagia Datuk Chulan, Deputy Secretary General of the Multilateral Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Malaysia, Ms. Karima Al-Qari, the United Nations Resident Coordinator for Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei Darussalam, yang berusaha Puan Syarina Zainal Abidin, Director of Policy and Research Section, Legal Affairs Division of the Prime Minister's Department, senior officials of the Government of Malaysia, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Human Rights Day is observed every year on 10th of December and commemorates the day on which the United Nations General Assembly adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, or UDHR, a milestone document that proclaims the rights to which everyone is inherently entitled as a human being regardless of their background. This year, we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, or UDHR 75. The theme of our celebration is Malaysia's journey in advancing the human rights agenda through the Universal Periodic Review. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we have the honor to invite Yang Berbahagia Datuk Mahathir Mohamad, the Commissioner of the Human Rights Commission of Malaysia, to deliver today's welcoming remarks. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Mahathir, the stage is yours.
Yang berhormat Datuk Muhammad bin Alamin, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ms. Karima Al-Qari, UN President Coordinator in Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei Darussalam, Yang Berusaha Puan Syarina, Ms. Zainal Abidin, Director, Policy and Research Division, Legal Affairs Division of Prime Minister's Department, distinguished guests, commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, salam Malaysia Madani, and salam hak asasi untuk semua. On behalf of the Human Rights Commission of Malaysia, I would like to extend my warm welcome to everyone present this morning, joining us in person as well as online on the Human Rights Day Forum 2023 under the theme UDHR 75, Malaysia's journey in advancing the human rights agenda through the Universal Periodic Review. The forum is made possible through collaboration with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs MOFA, the Legal Affairs Division of the Prime Minister's Department, the United Nations in Malaysia, UNCT, and Suhakan. Before I continue, on behalf of Suhakan, we would like to take a moment of silence to convey our heartfelt condolences to the victims of human rights violations and humanitarian crises throughout the world. Thank you. We hope that the human rights violations and humanitarian crises will end very soon with coordinated actions and continuous efforts by everyone, because we believe that every action counts. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, every year during the week of 10th December, human rights communities and advocates around the globe gather to celebrate Human Rights Day. Remembering the day when the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was proclaimed by the United Nations General Assembly 75 years ago in December 1948. Thank you, Senator. The Organizing Committee, which comprises of MOFA, BAYU, UNCT, and Suhakan, have agreed to co-organize this year's Human Rights Day Forum 2023 with the theme UDHR 75 and the journey that Malaysia has proceeded with in advancing the human rights agenda via the Universal Periodic Review. According to the United Nations Human Rights Council, HRC, as we are well aware, Universal Periodic Review, or UPR, is a mechanism of HRC whereby the human rights record of all 193 UN member states, including Malaysia, undergoes a peer review every 4.5 years. A process to report on the action it has taken to improve the human rights situation in their countries and receive recommendations from other UN member states. In brief, UPR is a platform for governments to provide and to assess whether states are in compliance with their commitments made at the international level. UPR was established in March 2006 by the United Nations General Assembly, Resolution 60/251, and the first periodic review was conducted in April 2008, with Bahrain becoming the first state review, while Malaysia underwent our first UPR in February of 2009. It is important to note that UPR is a unique process because, first, it complements existing human rights mechanisms, such as special procedures, treaties bodies, and other UN entities, since it is the only UN mechanism that addresses all human rights issues. Secondly, UPR is conducted in a conducive and non-confrontational manner, and as a result, UPR is the only mechanism with a 100% participation rate, where all 193 UN member states take part in the process and have been reviewed under the UPR. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia experienced its third UPR on the 8th of November 2018, during which it received 268 recommendations. Of these recommendations, the government accepted 147 recommendations in full, while the rest of 121 we either took in part or noted. Hence, we definitely have significant room for further enhancement and improvement. After having gone 3 UPR cycles, Suhakam observes that Malaysia has come a long way since its first UPR in 2009. Suhakam acknowledges the significant efforts made by the government towards individualizing the national process for the UPR by carrying out its commitment to conduct biannual multi-stakeholder consultations with government agencies to account SPSOs, developing an UPR monitoring metrics together with the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights and the United Nations Country Team in Malaysia, and through the involvement of SUHAKAM and CSOs in the initial development process and initiating the process of implementing the utilization of the National Recommendations Tracking Database, NRTD, in an effort to improve its monitoring mechanism on the UPR process. Such initiatives have caught the attention of OHCHR and led to Malaysia being selected as one of the 7 model countries, alongside Denmark, Georgia, Kenya, Morocco, New Zealand, and Peru, to participate in their 2021 global study on emerging group practices from the UPR, which had considered multi-stakeholder engagement, the active involvement of the national human rights institutions, the civil society organizations, submissions of stakeholder and media reports in the selection of criteria, among others. The development of the UPR process in Malaysia is aligned to the statement by Nabi Pillay, the former UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, who described that the UPR mechanism has opened unprecedented opportunities to initiate or strengthen dialogue and cooperation on human rights at all aspects and in all countries. This is true, at least in Malaysia, where we can observe an increasing number of CSOs who are not only interested in the UPR process, but are involved and engaged in all stages of the UPR, including but not limited to the participation in the multi-stakeholder consultations organized by MOPA, submission of the independent stakeholders report, attending the UPR pre-session in Geneva, and monitoring of the implementation of the UPR recommendations. Therefore, it is not an overstatement to mention that a large part of Malaysia's successful engagement with the UPR mechanism towards improving the human rights situation on the ground goes to the CSOs. As Kosovo, we will continue our role to encourage more active participation from the CSOs, either through the submission of stakeholder reports or monitoring the implementation of the UPR recommendations. However, with that being said, Suhakam observes that there remains a lack of understanding of the UPR and its benefits to the country, especially at the level of states within Malaysia. Therefore, it is important that we build on lessons learned and continue to utilize the UPR mechanism in our advocacy efforts, as there are commitments the government has made at the international forum and therefore should be fulfilled and be held accountable to. Ladies and gentlemen, the fourth cycle of the UPR for Malaysia is scheduled tentatively on Thursday, 25th January 2024, which is 44 days from today. This upcoming UPR cycle will be one of the most anticipated UPR for Malaysia, because not only has Malaysia been previously selected as one of the 7 model countries to participate in the OHCHR 2021 global study on emerging good practices from the UPR, but Malaysia also is currently the member of the UN HRC for the term 2022 to 2024. Suhakam would like to highlight that one of the pledges made by the government during its candidacy for the membership of the UNHCR for the term 2022 to 2024 is to take a whole of society approach in the promotion and protection of human rights in the country, primarily in the assessment, monitoring, and implementation of the Universal Periodic Review's recommendations. Hence, it is only natural for us to have high expectations for the upcoming UPR for Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, coming back to human rights day, the UPHR, which was adopted on the 10th of December 1948, was the result of the unpleasant experience faced by the world during the Second World War. After the war ended and the UN was created, the international community vowed to never again allow atrocities like those of that conflict to happen again. Nevertheless, fast forward 75 years later, presently the situation of the world is no better. Today we have witnessed the invasion of Ukraine in 2022, the continued decimation of the Democratic Republic of Congo, and of course the ongoing destruction of Gaza, where the UN Secretary General invoked Article 99, a rarely used clause of the UN Charter, to warn the Security Council of the calamity of what is happening in Gaza, if not addressed immediately, will have negative impact on international peace and security. Today we need more than ever to strengthen and protect human rights as we face a post-COVID-19 world and the rise in armed conflicts and humanitarian crises. With that in mind, I would like to emphasize that this is a time for all of us to put aside our differences and work towards addressing the pressing human rights issues, as the famous quote says that global change starts at home. I strongly believe that together we can make a difference in our efforts in moving forward the human rights agenda in Malaysia and the world. Before I end my welcoming address, I would like to once again take this opportunity to thank everyone for your time and commitment to participate in the Human Rights Day Forum 2023. Thank you for your kind attention.
I invite you Dr. Melody for the delivery of the welcoming remarks just now. now would like to screen a video message from His Excellency Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, in conjunction with the commemorative celebration of the Human Rights Day. Please direct your attention to the screening of the special video message.
All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. The iconic opening sentence of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is as important today as it was when it was adopted 75 years ago. The Universal Declaration is a roadmap, helping to end wars, heal divisions, and promote lives of peace and dignity for all. But the world is losing its way. Conflicts are raging, poverty and hunger are increasing, inequalities are deepening. The climate crisis is a human rights crisis that is hitting most vulnerable others. Authoritarianism is on the rise, civic space is shrinking, and the media is under attack from all sides. Gender equality remains a distant dream, and women's reproductive rights are being rolled back. Today, it is more important than ever to promote and respect all human rights, social, cultural, economic, civil and political, which protect us all. The Universal Declaration shows the way to common values and approaches that can help resolve tensions and create the security and stability all the world craves. As we work to update global frameworks and make them more effective in the 21st century, human rights must have a unique and central role. I call on member states to use the 75th anniversary and the start of the future next year to strengthen their commitment to the timeless values of the Universal Declaration. And on Human Rights Day, I urge people around the world to promote and respect human rights every day, for everyone, everywhere.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have the pleasure now to invite Ms. Karima, the United Nations Resident Coordinator for Malaysia, Singapore, Brunei Darussalam, to deliver the opening remarks for today's event.
Commissioner of the Human Rights Commission of Malaysia, Suhakam, Yang Berbahagia Dato' Chong Longlai, Deputy Secretary General of the Multilateral Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Malaysia, Ms. Intan Sharina Zainal Abidin, Director of Policy and Research Section, Legal Affairs Division of the Prime Minister's Department, Excellencies, Ambassadors, and High Commissioners, distinguished representatives of federal ministries and agencies, esteemed representatives of state and local governments, esteemed members of civil society, members of the diplomatic corps in Malaysia, dear UN colleagues. Good morning and a very warm welcome to the 2023 Human Rights Day Forum, organized jointly by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Legal Affairs Division of the Prime Minister's Department, the Human Rights Commission, Suhakam, and the United Nations country team in Malaysia. It is an honor and privilege to address this esteemed audience. Today's event is made more auspicious as this year marks the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. From Kuala Lumpur, we join others across the globe to celebrate this timeless and universal standard for promoting and protecting human dignity, equality, and justice worldwide. Human rights and the commitments and values that underpin them have never been more vital as we journey through adversity and turbulent times, marked by growing inequalities, environmental degradation, conflicts, and daily violations of international law. We must uphold and safeguard the invaluable legacy of the UNHCR architects. 75 years since the adoption of the Declaration, we invoke its comprehensiveness and codification of rights, its signaling of globally shared commitments, and its role as the bedrock for subsequent treaties and other instruments and a comprehensive body of international law. Crucially important also are its core principles of universality, inalienability, indivisibility, and non-discrimination. These are central to delivering justice, freedom, and human rights. While some may question the value and relevance of the human rights framework, let us not forget that many crises and conflicts we currently face have been intrinsically linked to the cynical disregard of human rights and successive failures to heed the core principles of the Universal Declaration. Human rights violations not only cause human suffering and catastrophic humanitarian situations and impede global peace and security, but they also threaten to set development back by decades, putting the Sustainable Development Goals beyond reach. Adherence to UDHR is the route to bringing development back on track globally and in Malaysia. I reference here the importance of human rights within Malaysia's constitution, with specifically Articles 5 to 13, but also in its overall framing. This basis in human rights values underpins Malaysia's multi-ethnic and multicultural society alongside its vibrant democracy. In turn, this bedrock has guided Malaysia's economic development, including the fulfillment of universal health and education. It has also framed its institutional development seen in the conduct of law and legal oversight over decades and the foundation in 1999 of Chulan and its most recent strengthening. Moreover, the rights-based orientation has a tangible day-to-day policy impact. Specifically, it has enabled Malaysia to weather crises and major national challenges throughout its history. This orientation within policymaking has ensured that responses have remained inclusive. I also highlight some of the specific recent strides made, many taken in concert with the United Nations in Malaysia and its agencies. A major one is Malaysia's election to the Human Rights Council, and as part of this, its active support to resolutions on transparent, accountable, and efficient public services, among many others. Additionally, ongoing parliamentary scrutiny of human rights questions, more recently on women and children's rights, is significant. Special mention is also merited of the repeal of the mandatory death penalty, the ratification of several ILO protocols and conventions, the forthcoming National Business and Human Rights Action Plan, and the systematic follow-up and engagement with civil society on UPR recommendations. Finally, I highlight the rights dimensions of mainstreaming the SDGs within national planning and budgeting. I note also that this lies at the very heart of Malaysia Madam. Distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen, this coming year provides new opportunities to deliver on the human rights agenda. Malaysia will embark in a new UPR cycle, and the government will be submitting its periodic report on the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. These processes have required and will continue to involve extensive consultations with civil society and with citizens. I reiterate that the SDGs, with their explicit commitment to justice and leaving no one behind, provide the critical link between the rights and development agendas. Please allow me to reflect on three issues critical to progress on both SDGs and the human rights commitments. First, I raise the systemically important issue of ensuring an open society, and with it, the freedom of the press, freedom of expression, and access to information. This is at the core of SDG 16, and efforts are still needed to secure these basic institutional building blocks with some promising announcements. The UN welcomes the unity government's stated positions on these issues, and we look to Malaysia Madani to further the reform agenda and protect the rights of all people living in Malaysia. Second is the plight of a large undocumented population. As Malaysia moves to high income status, it is clear that inclusive and sustainable development can only be achieved if the associated inequalities and deprivations are addressed. Indeed, it is a sobering reality that even today, undocumented people present in large numbers in Sabah have limited access to water, sanitation, education, and health care. These marginalized groups also lack the ability to fulfill and engage in the economy, and hence often live in grinding poverty. This is intimately linked to SDG 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 16 on legal identity. The third area I highlight is the extensive topic of gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls, central to the theme of today's event. There are several dimensions here, and two immediate issues stand out. While welcoming the government's efforts to address the long-standing inequities in citizenship law relating to the children of Malaysian mothers, we note that other proposed revisions may raise further rights-based issues, with important implications for the rights of children. Additionally, as Human Rights Day also marked the close of 16 days of activism against violence against women and gender-based violence, it is vital Malaysia urgently address this most pernicious challenge. Concrete actions, including legislation but also enforcement, along with efforts to raise awareness, are needed. Reforms needed to realize SDG 5 on gender equality and the right of 50% of the population must address the structural and societal barriers to women's advancement and their full participation in the economy, society, and polity. Esteemed audience, 75 years on, and in contrast to many pessimistic positions we often hear in the global media, human rights are vital and their realization a moral imperative. It is only through the defense and adherence to all 30 articles of the Universal Declaration that we will secure global peace and stability based on equity and justice for all. This also applies to strengthening Malaysia's development model of social cohesion and solidarity within and across communities. Even, or rather especially, in these most challenging times, the rights agenda and the 2030 agenda for sustainable development remain critical to meet the aspirations of a modern Malaysia. I offer three possible pathways. One, I urge the unity government to follow through on its articulated commitment to the rights of all people living in Malaysia. I especially encourage government and all relevant stakeholders to continue to engage openly and positively with human rights processes. The international cooperation in safeguarding rights and mechanisms such as the UPR, Universal Periodic Review, process is also important to ensure that Malaysia's rights commitments are embedded in national law and policies. Two, relatedly, I reiterate my call to Malaysia to move decisively in ratifying the remaining human rights instruments. This is crucial as Malaysia moves forward to high income status and takes its place among similar nations which have adopted the highest standards on human rights-based law and practice. Three, I must commend the exceptional caliber of rights-based organizations in Malaysia. I welcome their participation and efforts for human rights to be further advanced and outcomes to ensure a vibrant civil society. This engagement takes many forms, including the courageous work of the human rights defenders, the exercise of freedom of expression, of rights-based positions, the development of research on rights-based issues, and the delivery of support to often marginalized communities. I draw my remark to a close by acknowledging also and appreciating the exceptional level of participation in today's event, here in person and online. I commend the Ministry of Foreign Affairs leadership in really making sure that human rights are everyone's business. I thank our co-hosts and organizers, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Legal Affairs Division of the Prime Minister's Department, and Tuhatam for their partnership with the UN and full dedication to the principles set out in 1948 to realize civil, economic, cultural, social, and political rights for everyone, everywhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Falcon, and liberty of the human rights. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we now have the honor to invite to the stage Yang Berhormat Datuk Muhammad Alamin, Deputy Foreign Minister of Malaysia, to deliver the official task of this year's celebration of the Human Rights Day. Yang Berhormat Datuk, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning. Salam Malaysia Madani. Yang berbahagia Datuk Malaysia Robert, Sohakan Commissioner. Yang berbahagia Datuk Royale, PKSU 1, Datuk Chulan, Datuk Kuala, and then Ms. Karima Al-Khori, UN Resident Coordinator for Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei, Mrs. Intan Syarina Zainal Abidin, Director of the Policy and Research Section of the Legal Affairs Division of Prime Minister's Department, distinguished panelists, excellencies, members of the diplomatic corps, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's funny, the people there are very eager and waiting for the important announcement very shortly. And I'm not very sure whether this is my final appearance. You know, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is pleased and honored to once again join hands with the Legal Affairs Division of the Prime Minister's Department by you, the National Human Rights Commission, Sohakam, and the United Nations Office in Malaysia, Union City, in commemorating Human Rights Day. We are here to commemorate an important milestone, the 75th anniversary declaration of Human Rights, UBHR, as we reflect on our achievement in upholding human rights and the challenges confronting us, as well as in exploring ways to further our human rights agenda. The UBHR reaffirms that all human beings, regardless of their backgrounds, have equal and inalienable rights. We are celebrating the UBHR amid the raging conflict in the occupied Palestinian territory, where Palestinians are perishing by the thousands of civilians, including innocent children. It's a solemn reminder that international human rights and humanitarian architecture are rendered useless when the culture of impunity and continue to prevail. No state should be above the law. The rights of the Palestinians be restored. Then only we are able to truly realize the aspirations of the UBHR. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, since its inception, the UBHR is the first and widely recognized milestone document underlining the fundamental human rights and accepted norms of our international order. This norm is the bedrock of our international human rights system. The UBHR has inspired and paved ways for the establishment of numerous human rights mechanisms, frameworks, and institutions. The Universal Periodic Review, UPR, is one successful example. Certainly, the UPR has great potential to facilitate states in fulfilling their respective human rights obligations and the 2030 agenda. All stakeholders should heed the United Nations Secretary General's call to effectively utilize human rights tools and mechanisms to better support the implementation of 2030 agenda and strengthen coordination across all United Nations levels. Malaysia attaches great priority to the UPR. In the Malaysian context, the UPR has been an instrumental tool in advancing the national human rights agenda. It has helped to forge closer cooperation and raises awareness in the society, including those at the grassroots level. In addition, the UPR also facilitates greater the United Nations and regional human rights mechanisms. The UPR has three features. The principle of universality embedded in the UPR has rendered it with the capacity to act as a catalyst to facilitate states in addressing various human rights issues comprehensively. It offers states the opportunity to advance their human rights agenda in a constructive and pragmatic manner, based on their respective domestic contexts and priorities. The UPR do their human rights records by learning best practices from into action. In this context, let me offer Malaysia's views and experience. Malaysia believes that a whole-of-society approach is crucial in ensuring human rights gets trickled down and adequately mainstreamed to the people on the ground. Inclusivity is key to ensure concerted, coordinated, and coherent cooperation, social and cultural rights in a holistic environment. Cognizant of this, following Malaysia's third UPR in 2018, the government has institutionalized the UPR process and widened the scope of UPR consultations beyond interministerial collaboration. In this regard, Malaysia has established the biannual multi-stakeholder consultation. We also fully believe that having the capacity and means of implementation are at the heart of addressing human rights challenges. Unfortunately, the elements of capacity is often overlooked, or rather an afterthought, in our human rights endeavors and discourse. Capacity building and technical cooperation must remain central in the UPR process. Strengthened capacity through robust monitoring mechanism is vital to facilitate states to better implement all accepted recommendations in accordance of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. Malaysia has successfully developed
mutilation, torture, cruel, humiliating, and degrading treatment. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me do as well is to showcase Malaysia's journey in the Universal Periodic Review (UPR) since 2015. We are pleased to share some of the country's notable achievements, particularly on the country's progress made in the legislative, policies, and institutional framework. We would like to invite our guests to also visit the exhibitions displayed outside the ballroom. Human rights. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we now will bid farewell to our Yang Berhormat Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia. Announcing the departure of Yang Berhormat Dr. Amin Muhammad, Deputy Prime Minister of Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a brief 10 minutes intermission before resuming our program. We would like to formally invite everyone to partake in the refreshments served outside in this 10 minutes. Thank you.
Sheldon join already and then it's okay. Alright, Sheldon, let's please. Just to test, tadi dengar orang yang dengar that you can hear the people. Okay? Nanti dia bagi handphone you dengar. 我的声音吗？有没有我的声音？有没有我的声音？有吗？
She wants to make an announcement.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our brief 10 minutes intermission has come to an end. We would like to cordially invite everyone to take your seats as we are about to continue our program. May we invite the guests outside the hall to kindly return to your seats in order for us to proceed with the next segment of today's program.
Okay, sorry.
May I invite our panelists and moderator to kindly take your seats at the stage.
You will come here later. So I'm not sure how it's going to go for this part. So let's say one person is speaking, then if the next speaker will just come. We'll see how they reply. If not, it's like, yeah, if like one person to another person, then maybe 20 or we see how it goes.
May we invite our guests outside the hall to take your seats. Our panelists and moderator are ready to kick off the next segment. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year's Human Rights Day Forum will be in the format of panel discussion with the team UDHR 75, Malaysia's journey in advancing the human rights agenda through the Universal Periodic Review. Our lineup of panelists and moderator is already on the stage. Our panelists today are Ms. Sharon Ho, Under Secretary of the Human Rights and Humanitarian Division, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Q. Jia Yao, Co-Chair of Malaysian CSO SDG Alliance. Dr. Punita Silivaraju, Deputy Director General of Policy and Development, Legal Affairs Division of the Prime Minister's Department, who is joining us around. Yang berbahagia Datin Zatoshi Ahmad Tahir, Deputy Director General Department of Women Development, Malaysia Women, Family and Community Development, Dr. Farani Bisuki, Children's Commissioner to Suhakam, and Ms. Reem Al-Salim, United Nations Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women, who is also currently online with us. Ms. Nurhalidah Muhammad Khalil, Senior Lecturer, Faculty of Law, University of Malaya. Moderator Budi, you have the floor.
Members of the diplomatic corps, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, salam sejahtera, and a very good morning. Human Rights Day is observed every year on 10 December and commemorates the day on which the United Nations General Assembly adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, or better known as the UDHR, a milestone document that proclaimed the rights only entitled as a human being, regardless of race, color, religion, gender, language, political or other opinions, national or social origin, property, birth, or status. Ladies and gentlemen, human rights. The theme of our celebration is Malaysia's journey in advancing the human rights agenda through the Universal Periodic Review. On this note, we are indeed honored to have with us a distinguished panel consisting of personalities who are well informed and experienced in the field of human rights. Now, before I invite each one of them to speak on their daily topic, just a bit of words on how I will conduct this panel. First of all, I will invite each and every speaker, and I will introduce each and every speaker right before they present their talk on a given topic. And in addition to that, I'm sure that each speaker has a lot to say on their given topic. However, just a gentle reminder that each speaker is given 5 to 7 minutes. So it's my great pleasure, first of all, to introduce our first speaker, Ms. Sharon Ho, who is the Under Secretary of the Human Rights and her career in the Foreign Service in 2002 as Assistant in Culture Affairs. She had also served in the Multilateral Political Affairs Division. Ms. Sharon, in addition, has been posted to the Permanent Mission of Malaysia to the United Nations, New York, the Permanent Mission and Embassy of Malaysia of the Malaysian Friendship and Trade Center in Taiwan. In the Human Rights Division, Ms. Sharon oversees matters related to civil and political rights, economic, social, and cultural rights, as well as humanitarian issues. Ms. Sharon will speak on Malaysia's 4th Universal Periodic Review, And on this note, it's my great pleasure to give the floor to Ms. Sherry. Ms. Sherry, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Hamida, for your kind introductions, Excellencies, participants and guests. This is indeed a very timely session for me to share with you our Malaysia's UPR journey. Key features under this UPR. The UPR is actually a cooperative mechanism based on an interactive dialogue. We look at 2006. The notion was initially to remove the selectivity and bias of the Commissions on Human Rights. And the intention of the UPR is to support and strengthen the promotions of the human rights in every state. It is intention to bring together all stakeholders to make some reliable and also prove their human rights records at home. It is for this reason that this UPR has a very strong, also in a very important tool as we advance our international advocacies on human rights. UPR, regardless of the state's international relations. And thirdly, the UPR is also a very inclusive process. The way how I see it, it has been a very instrumental peer review mechanism, not only to advance the human rights agenda at home, it is like SDGs and our human rights action plans and also climate change. We have also received about and out of 103 recommendations, we have accepted approximately about 84. And we put recommendations. This we have also accepted 150 recommendations. And at the last review, we received 268 recommendations and we have accepted these figures actually illustrate the effectiveness of the UPR and how it has gained value traction since its inception. The unique feature this came is as indeed built greater ownerships and among our domestic actors. It helps to bring more of our domestic actors to support our human rights commitments, to better implement and to better help to better effectively promote Malaysia has been able to institutionalize the UPR process. We have undertaken a very pragmatic, inclusive and constructive approach in implementing all the UPR's recommendations, and we have indeed undertaken a wide approach to CSO, academia, and also the NGOs. And I'm pleased to perform consultations sessions with various stakeholders, including our stakeholders in Sabah and Sarawak. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in our capacity as the National Mechanism for Implementations, Reporting and Follow-up, has actually also developed a robust monitoring matrix with 168 indicators linked to SDG and our International Human Rights Action Plans and also our Human Rights Treaty. Perhaps our panelists, Mr. Koo, will be also briefly enlighten us how does human rights are interlinked with SDGs.
And I'm also pleased to inform you that we have also mobilized domestic actors, in total 18 agencies now, actually contributing to the UPR process in ensuring the implementation of these UPR recommendations. And with the collaborations of the Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights in Bangkok, Malaysia has also developed the National Recommendations Taking Database 2.0. This is a one comprehensive stock institution memory database that helps us to better compile, record and keep track of the progress of the UPR, treaty bodies, our SDGs and special procedure memory holders recommendations. Through the whole of society approach, I want to emphasize here the UPR has been very instrumental in mainstreaming our human rights agenda in Malaysia. It has been useful in fostering a greater multi-stakeholders collaboration and also mobilizing the support of our domestic actors in realizing government's commitments in human rights. Let me use of the examples. Malaysia has received 51 recommendations on the issue of death penalty. As many of you are aware, Malaysia has successfully abolished the mandatory death penalty in July 2023 this year. And Malaysia has also received 105 recommendations on the rights of the child, and the government this year has appointed a Children's Commissioner under Suhakam to further advance the rights of the children. And the government has also amended sexual offences against Act 2017 in April 2023 to ensure children's rights are better protected against all forms of sexual violence and also abuse online. These progresses are crucial to better guide our future younger generation. I also wish to highlight that Malaysia has also received 4 recommendations on HIV/AIDS-related issue. Malaysia is the first country in the Western Pacific region to successfully eliminate mother-to-child transmission of HIV. In 2018, has maintained this commendable track record. The point I'm trying to say here is, regardless of the numbers of recommendations, we believe that the global start has to begin at home, as what pointed out by Dr. Larati just now. The government has always been undertaking a pragmatic, sustainable and comprehensive measures to implement all other UPR recommendations. The views of all parties of our national dialogues are very important in making a very impactful and real outcomes on the ground for the country. We believe in constructive dialogue is an important in fostering deeper understanding among stakeholders of different views, address root causes of the issues, and which can contribute positively to the promotion of human rights in Malaysia. All I want to say that, therefore, a constructive avenues for dialogue, which is one provided under the UPR, is a good example on how our collaborations can be built realistically on mutual respect and good faith, so that we can realize not only tangible or realistic outcome for our human rights protections and promotions at home. There's no one-size-fits-all approach for human rights. I want to emphasize this again. It is equally important for states that are provided with policy space and flexibility to implement these recommendations, taking into account their respective social, political, and also economic circumstances. National and domestic institutions, and of course our domestic actors, plays a vital role to translate all our accepted UPR recommendations into a tangible outcome and positive developments on the ground. At the same time, technical assistance and capacity buildings are also key vital elements, and we need support from our UN agencies and also our partners to complement the state efforts in implement our UPR recommendations successfully. On these important notes, Malaysia hopes to count on everyone's support, and we look forward to receive constructive recommendations during our 4th UPR, which is scheduled to take place on the 25th of January. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you for providing us an overview of the efforts undertaken by the government of Malaysia to implement the UPR recommendations, and secondly, for highlighting prevailing challenges of recommendations in order to better optimize the universal periodic review.
Our next speaker is Mr. Q. Yo, who is the co-chair of Malaysia CSO-SG Alliance. Mr. Jia Yo is the co-chair of the Malaysia CSO-SG Alliance, which is a network of more than 90 civil society organizations whose work relates to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Mr. Jia Yo is also a lawyer by profession, focusing on sustainable development. He is the co-deputy chair of the Bar Council, Environment and Climate Change Committee, which works on environmental justice and climate change. He is also a fellow of the Academy of Sciences Malaysia, where he is part of the team presently developing the National Planetary Health Action Plan. On this note, it is indeed my pleasure to invite Mr. Q.
Thank you, Nohalia, and thank you. It's such an honor and privilege to be here for this very important occasion. It's wonderful to be among very esteemed speakers. I'd like to just share, perhaps in my intervention perspective, perhaps a bit more from a practitioner perspective on the interlinkages between the SDGs and the UPR, as well as the importance, the growing importance of the role of civil society in helping us achieve the progress that we are working for. It is more and more obvious that the nexus between the United Nations SDGs and the UPR are essentially, they're not the same thing, but they are pointing towards the same North Star. It may have different frameworks, they may of course come in through different frameworks, processes, but it is that plurality, it is that diversity, which is actually, and its convergence is very powerful. From a practitioner perspective, I like to think of it as an expanding toolkit in terms of leverages, in terms of tools that we could use for policy advocacy, in terms of developing interventions to reshape systems. I think because at the core of it, the SDGs and the UPR are really about systemic change. So we, in not so many words, understand that what brought us here in terms of development won't get us there, which is the struggle of living together and finding this common future together and thriving, and not just suffering one another and suffering the presence of those who are different from us. And I think the perception of difference is narrowing thanks to these two frameworks. So one of the greatest nexus between the two, the SDGs and UPR, I think would be directly seen in the goal 16 of the SDGs, which is to promote peaceful and inclusive societies through strong institutions, access to justice, and strong rule of law. We will see essentially SDG 16 is really about building systems that would facilitate negotiations or contestations between actors that have differences. I think we want to reduce the friction in the systems wherever we are analyzing, so that differences, whether perceived or real, can be resolved in the most efficient, most peaceful, and most constructive way. And SDG is one of the most powerful one because it integrates how we will succeed in all the other 17 goals. And so I think one example I'd like to, or should I refrain from an example? I see I'm crossing the 4-minute mark. So, but I think what it takes is, when we're talking about profound systems change, we're talking about deconstructing the sensibilities of yesterday that were built, that are now already hard-baked into our systems and institutions for development, tribal ideas, feudal ideas, and very narrow bandwidth for differences. So we need to deconstruct this, find what is useful in them, what is important in them, and then use that to pave the way towards a journey forward together. And this takes an all of country, a whole of country approach, all of society approach. We've heard these platitudes, but that's really because they are so true, but they're so hard to implement, they're so hard to practice. Because we recognize that the days of government knows all and government does all is over, because how we make progress really depends on our ability to frame the problems and then devise this and then develop the solutions. Very often we're framing our problems suboptimally because of our lack of diversity. We misframe problems. So, for example, we look at an orang asli issue and we think of it as purely an issue about housing, right? But then we miss the really important nuances around relationship and connection with the land, native customary land, that contributes to its identity, that contributes to its, that is pivotal, its core to the spiritual well-being, and more. So framing the problem is really important, and then co-developing solutions is really important, so that we don't waste time, we don't fuck about with false solutions, and we don't waste resources. Because, and this is the wickedness of the challenges that we face. And I'm talking about not just the ones which are problems that are caused by very few, but I'm talking about the great challenges that are really a byproduct of us being climate change. No one created, no one made climate change consciously. Climate change is a byproduct of the modalities that we've embraced, the way in which we've gone to do things. Microplastic pollution, an emerging global problem, which we have no idea what the impacts are and what the solutions could look like. Air pollution, we're contributing to air pollution with our economic activity, even with the very renewable energies that we are embracing. We're contributing to these problems. So the working together requires working together in a way where we will get better and better at framing the problems and framing the solutions and co-developing the solutions requires civil society to work together with public sector as well as the private sector. And I think these partnerships, these meaningful partnerships, would be the key. We need to learn how to work together and share our expertise together so that we augment the other in the development of solutions. And then we hope that they too will reciprocate in helping us, because we're all working at different levels of, at all levels, everywhere at the same time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Q. We have provided us, we have showcased the linkages between the UTR and the 2030 agenda, and how multi-stakeholder collaboration could accelerate progress on both. And secondly, we have explained the role of civil society to support progress by governments on human rights, as well as in the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals.
On that note, if I may proceed to our third speaker, who will be speaking online, namely Dr. Punita Silva Raju. Dr. Punita is the Deputy Director General, Policy and Development Division of the Legal Affairs Division of the Prime Minister's Department. Dr. Punita is currently, as I mentioned just now, the Deputy Director General for Policy and Development, for which she is responsible for, among others, issues pertaining to law reform, trustees incorporation, amendments of related laws under the Prime Minister's Department, and overall coordination of domestic human rights issues. In addition to that, Dr. Punita is currently an associate with the International Institute for Public Management at University of Malaya and a supervisor for the Masters in Sustainable Development Program with the Center for Sustainable Development at Sunway University. On this note, it's indeed my honor to give the floor to Dr. Punita. Dr. Punita, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I hope you can all hear me. Very good morning to ladies and gentlemen. My apologies first for not being able to be there physically. I'm here joining you virtually. I'll keep it very quick and try to keep it within the time limit provided to me. If I could just recap what the Minister and the Prime Minister's happened way back in 2022 Human Rights Day event. One of it is to strengthen the Suhakan by amending the Suhakan Act 1999. Further expand missions and powers of Suhakan to provide the necessary institutional strength it requires to further promote and uphold human rights. Besides that, she also stressed that pointing the right people with diverse background as possible is important, and with appropriate experience and knowledge on human rights. With that note, maybe I could just move on a little bit on, firstly, the brief history of Suhakan. The formation of Suhakan, as you all know, was established by an Act of Parliament, 1999, and the main functions of Suhakan under Section 4 of the Suhakan Act is to promote awareness and provide education of human rights, to advise and assist the government in formulating legislations, particularly pertaining human rights, recommend the subscription of accession treaties and international instruments in the area of human rights, inquire into complaints regarding infringements of human rights, which we are already doing most of the time. So this is just a little bit about the setting up of Suhakan way back in 1999. If I could just quickly go into the Paris books in which Suhakan was also set up. The Paris Principles was adopted, of course, by the General Assembly Resolution in 1993. And Paris Principles basically the national institutions for promotion and protection of human rights. Continuing principles related to status of NBRIs. Basically, NBRIs are non-judicial institutions set up by law or amendments to the Constitution. And the Paris Principles here constitute a set of internationally recognized standards to assess the credibility, independence, and effectiveness of an NHRI. So important themes here, of course, for the Paris Principle is independence, inclusiveness, transparent, liquid funding, cooperation both domestically and internationally, and also the ability to conduct annual reporting. If we look at accreditation of our NHRI, for example, what we have right now, it's accreditation here signals international acceptance of an NHRI and its compliance with the Paris Principle, which of course confers substantive legitimacy to our NHRI that we have. The role of GANVI, the Alliance of National Human Rights Institution, can review and analyze accreditation applications and make recommendations on compliance with the Paris Principle. So as of now, in 2023, we have 88 NHRIs with the A status and 32 with the B status. The GANVI accreditation process, of course, is very unique because it is a peer review exercise and it is supported by the OHDR. In the GANVI accreditation itself, there is a subcommittee of accreditation known as the SA, which considers specific contexts in which NHRI is operating. The country in which it operates, for example, it looks at political instability, conflict of unrest, or lack of state infrastructure, for example. So, NHRI is actually reviewed every 5 years, and the key themes are actually transparency as well as due process. In considering the SPA's review process, with reference to the peer review, there are 4 important areas. One is, are the provisions of the enabling law sufficient to allow the institution, the NHRI, to function effectively and independently? Is the NHRI able to carry out its mandate without interference? Does the NHRI organization include funding which leads to independent, especially independent functioning of the NHRI? Does the NHRI demonstrate independence, cleanness in addressing human rights matters? So these are some of the, what I've shared with you is a little bit about the setting up of an NHRI and the Paris Principles and also the accreditation process. Just allow me to go into what the government has done with reference to strengthening our very own NHRI, if you notice, in 2019, we had this report not only tabled in Parliament but also debated. That also happened this year in 2023. We got the Stockholm report and the report tabled and debated. And very recently, November, we went for the first reading, the amendments to the Stockholm Act. The second and third reading was on the 29th of November. If I could just for a few minutes to very quickly go into some of the salient points that are reference to the proposed amendments to the Stockholm Act. First is, of course, strengthening of the functions of the Commission as a whole. Here, what we stress in the amendments in Section 4 is to allow other institutions and other creators to be included as this of the commissioners and team could visit. So this actually expands the scope and strengthens the role of Stockholm in reference to making visits and looking at compliance. This, of course, is in line with prescribed written laws or specified guidelines of whichever institution that we are visiting. Secondly is, if any such guidelines or written laws have been complied by Stockholm, then the institution or other place of visit cannot reject their visit. This is is another important thing which we consider is a form of strengthening the role of citizens. Third is, of course, the setting up of the Children's Commissioner, the appointment of our very own Children's Commissioner, which also goes into another amendment in Section 4 to provide the children a channel for communication, whether directly or indirectly, giving them the rights to participate with reference to children's rights. Next is another amendment. We're looking at the appointment of commission members, where previously we have not stated the minimum number of commissioners, but in this amendment we've actually stated the minimum seven commissioners as a minimum number, of course the maximum is 20. We've also added in at least 30% representation by women to ensure gender balance, and at least one representative from people with disabilities. Besides that, we've also added in that anyone who is actively involved in politics and registered with any political party cannot be considered for appointment as a commissioner. And I also mentioned earlier the appointment of our very own Children's Commissioner, the Chief Children's Commissioner, who will be assisted by two Children's Commissioners who will be on a full-time basis. Besides that, just two or three other amendments, very strong amendments we feel is the setting up of a tribunal, investigation tribunal, and also the code of conduct. So when it comes to the knowledge of the minister, if there is any alleged breach of any form of code of conduct committed by the commissioner, the minister may set up, the Prime Minister may appoint an investigation tribunal to look into this matter. And finally, is the obligation for relevant authorities or persons to revert to Suharkam for any actions taken. So what we have currently is government agencies or departments do not revert back to Suharkam as any inquiry from Suharkam. So with this amendment in Section 13, they are obliged to revert or get back to Suharkam in the event there's any infringement gained. I think besides that, if I could just very quickly look at our aspirations for the next 5 years with reference to the accreditation. First is, of course, the amendments to Suharkam Act to comply with Paris Principle, and of course this is already done in Dewan Rakyat. Next is to reinforce partnership with stakeholders, both domestically and internationally. And of course, protect and promotion of human rights in Malaysia, and further strengthen that role. Solidification of organizational capacity of Suharkam and improving human capital for Suharkam as a whole. All right, I think that's all much.
Thank you, Dr. Punita. Dr. Punita, we have underlined two salient points. Firstly, the efforts of the government of Malaysia to strengthen Suharkam, and secondly, the tangible ways engage and encourage domestic stakeholders to participate in the Universal Periodic Review. On this note, I shall now introduce our fourth speaker, that is Izzatul Shima Muhammad Ali, who is the Deputy Director General of the Department of Women Development. Datin Izzatul began her career in the government service in the year 2000. Datin has served in various capacities in a number of ministries,
treatment of all individuals and prohibits any kind on gender. This is the basis of the Ministry's ongoing initiative in its efforts to eliminate discrimination against women and girls to achieve gender equality. The also chaired by the Minister of Women, Family and Community Development has been established in May 2023 as a platform to partake in the discussion and decision-making process on issues related to women and family. Malaysia also actively engaged in collaborative partnerships and regional initiatives on gender equality and inclusion, evident through the Asian Gender Mainstream Strategic Framework launched in January 2022 for promoting gender and mainstreaming at the Asian and individual member state level. So, among the initiative or policies implemented in respective areas are women in economy and also women in decision. From 60 days to 98 days, only maternity leave 90 days paid up to 360 days throughout the service period. We also have Women Career Comeback, which is a program under Talent Corp to encourage women to return to work by an individual income tax exemption of up to 12 months to eligible
the rights of women, Matahari, which is focused on psychosocial program, Eliminate Violence Against Women program, Sport Wajah, which is a community-based program that addresses issues pertaining to women and child rights, Wijana and WeBridge programs that empower women economically. In order to support the vulnerable groups of people, especially women, and to ensure their quality of life, the Ministry had been and still conducting various income-generating programs that aim to increase the participation of women, especially single mothers, in economic activities that involve elements of entrepreneurship, financial literacy, and the digital economy. Another initiative is women in decision making. So the policy of 30% of women in the decision making positions in public sectors 2024, as of 2022, women holding sectors stands at 38.8%, and the statistics of women as board members in the top 100 PLC as of 2022 that aims to provide a safe environment, especially for women and children. It applies to all individuals and aims for the culture of normalizing sexual harassment in Malaysian society to be eradicated, not only through the enforcement of the Act, but assisted by comprehensive advocacy programs. This Act has been enforced in stages starting from March 2023, which involved the enforcement of the Act. On the definition of sexual harassment, and it is expected to be up and running by next year. So the government is also committed to making efforts to eliminate violence against women and girls, particularly those that involve domestic violence. On 7th April 2023, the Ministry launched and redistributed the revised guidelines on handling domestic violence cases to all government agencies as a reference for government agencies on procedures or processes involved in domestic violence cases such as protection orders, medical treatments, safe place or shelter, and other support services for victims and their families. So how the UPR actually complemented the national efforts to empower women? So the government of Malaysia has been using the UN human rights mechanism, including UPR and treaty bodies reporting as a leveraging tool for advocating change and to advance substantive equality for women in the country. The reports prepared for UPR by government, civil society, national human rights institutions, and UN agencies reveal a range of strategies and mechanisms that are making a significant contributions to enhance the importance of UN human rights treaties and the work of the UN treaty bodies. The follow-up to recommendations from the UPR process have led to an increase in the knowledge of UN human rights treaties at the national levels and led to increase in the number of treaty ratifications. So, in the third UPR review, Malaysia received 97 recommendations on vulnerable groups, with 65 accepted, amounting to 67%. Among the key recommendations received were the adoption of gender equality legislation, the prohibition of all forms of female genital mutilation, and the elimination of child marriage. Additionally, we also received 3 recommendations concerning discrimination related to approving a broad anti-discrimination law as well as eliminate all forms of discrimination. In the context of economy and education, Malaysia received 6 socio-economic related recommendations covering areas of poverty, political and social affairs with a specific focus on economic empowerment of poor women, single mothers as well as indigenous women. Crises often impact people differently, with vulnerable individuals facing more challenges than those who are privileged. In July 2020, the Social Institute of Malaysia, or ISM, conducted a survey to
expressed interest in acquiring new skills through capacity building programs. So in response, the Department of Women Development created a framework that guides development of women's empowerment program. So these initiatives aim to implement and enhance the collaboration with stakeholders to protect women. So under the framework, the focus includes providing skill trainings, emphasizing financial empowerment, highlighting the significance of work-life balance, and prioritizing efforts to achieve equality and self-leadership. So government believes that cooperation with different national stakeholders is necessary to encourage and support the whole PR implementation progress. While recognizing the commendable strides, the government also recognizes areas of improvement to advance substantive equality for women in the country. Addressing social inequalities and exclusion depends on recognizing and addressing the intersecting factors of age, gender, and disability.
Thank you for sharing with us the initiatives undertaken by the government of Malaysia in promoting women's rights, as well as sharing with us how the UPR has complemented efforts in empowering women in the context of economy and education. On this note, it's my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Farah Binti Yusufi, who is currently the Children's Commissioner to Sumatera. Dr. Farah Yusufi is a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Law, University of Malaya, and has been a faculty member since December 2007. Prior to that, she had served the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuala of Laws, International Islamic University, for 15 years, since having obtained her LLB and Masters of Comparative Laws. Dr. Farah obtained her PhD from College University, Wales, United Kingdom, in the year 2002 with a thesis on the social legal analysis on protecting children from child abuse and neglect. Her wider research interests includes, and is not limited to, criminal justice, child justice, protection of children in sexual reproductive health issues, and the implementation and enforcement of children's rights in Malaysia. Without further ado, it's my great pleasure to give the floor to Dr. Farah.
Thank you very much, Halida, for the kind introduction. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, my respected fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, respected members of the floor. It is certainly an awesome time to be talking on children's rights in Malaysia when just less than a week ago, the House of Commons, the Dewan Rakyat, has unanimously endorsed and passed the amendment bill to the Suharto Act, which officially and statutorily entrenched the office of the Children's Commissioner within the Commission of the National Human Rights of Malaysia, and with additions in positions and roles and functions. So I am keen and look forward to the passing of the amendment bill by the Senate, and for it to come into force, for it will certainly strengthen the office of the Children's Commissioner in the future, and to serve the total of 27% of our population of children, 9.13 million in Malaysia. So I will be just focusing on two areas, that is to discuss on the roles of the Office of the Children's Commission, so as to eliminate any confusion in respect to our role, as we have heard that some are not very clear as how we function. So first of all, akin to the role of the National Human Rights Commission, Suhakam, we are principally an oversight authority. An oversight authority to the compliance of agencies and bodies that work in pursuit of upholding children's rights. And naturally, as an oversight authority as well, we also oversee and address any transgressions to those rights. Secondly, and I think this is a very important role, is to act as a bridge between the government, the agencies, and the CSOs, and the children. And in the past 3 years, since the Office of the Children's Commissioner been established administratively, it has proven to be an effective bridge between not just children, CSOs, and the government agencies. And we mustn't lose sight of the importance of being an effective bridge. We have to remind ourselves that we are not the government, and we are also not the NGOs. To work in the best interest of children, we must be an independent bridge. And thirdly, and I see this as the most important role really for children, is to be the enabler for the children's voice to be brought forward in all decision-making and policies affecting them. It is their inherent forthright in the Convention on the Rights of the Child to be able to participate in all decisions affecting them. And I sincerely feel that this is the area that we have a long way to go, not just us, many of the states in ASEAN. So that is why it is not just including them in our meetings and discussions, but to really consider their views meaningfully. So it is not just them being the objects of concern, but really active participatory members in any decision-making affecting them. And towards achieving and towards exercising these roles, we have 3 immediate plans for the Office of the Children's Commission. The first one is the mapping exercise, robust mapping of all services and agencies working towards children, for children. This is important so that we will not be reinventing new wheels unnecessarily. It is important to really make use of what we already have and strengthen this further. We hear many people working very hard for children, but most of the time, many of them are working in silos. As a result, children fall through the cracks. So it is very important to map out and see what we already have and strengthen best practices and replicate those best practices across the board so that all children, regardless of their status, will be able to have access to whatever is available for them. The second immediate plan is, of course, a robust promotion of the rights of children and legal literacy on their rights. If we were to list the problems affecting and afflicting children today, the list would be endless. But if we look at the root of all these problems, it is really due to the lack of respect for children's rights and for what they stand for. Children must be seen as persons of their own rights. And if we change our perception to this, our action towards them will be different as well. So that is why it's important. We do not suffer in Malaysia for the lack of legal framework, for the lack of statutes and legislation for children. But what we do suffer is that we do not know enough of them. How many of us here in this room know that it is really a mandatory duty to inform if any of our family member is abusing a child in the same household? How many of us here know that it is a mandatory duty to report to the police station if any child below 18 were to inform us that he or she has been sexually abused in whatever manner? And the Sexual Offences Against Children's Act is really extensive. It starts from making the act of child grooming into an offence, going all the way into making it an offense for having child sexual abuse materials. But then again, because of lack of awareness of the existence of these laws, we somehow fail our children in upholding of their rights. And finally, and very importantly as well, is the institutionalization of specialized trainings on children for all stakeholders involved in children. If we realize that children have got special needs and needs to be treated differently, then we will not be treating them like little adults. So it is so important to have this specialized training so that we can really make our laws and our regulations and our administrative guidelines work in the best interest for children. And finally, it is our dream, my personal dream, that when we look at children, we look at children as children first, and whatever they have done as subsequent to the fact that they are children and warrant of special attention and action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Khan, for elaborating on the role of the Children's Commissioner in relation to advancing the rights of children in Malaysia. We now come to our final speaker, Ms. Rim Al-Salim, who will be speaking virtually. Ms. Rim Al-Salim is also appointed the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women and Girls, its causes and consequences in July 2021 by the United Nations Human Rights Council for a 3-year tenure. She started her tenure on 1st August 2021. Ms. Rim is an independent consultant on gender issues, the rights of refugees and migrants, transitional justice, and humanitarian response. She has also been a visiting professional with the Prosecutor's Office of the International Criminal Court from January to March 2009. Without further ado, it's my honor to give the floor to Ms. Lee. Ms. Can you hear me? Yes, sir. Can you hear us? Can we seek assistance? Technical assistance? Ladies and gentlemen, I seek your patience. We are facing some technical issues.
UN agencies and so on to facilitate greater participation of businesses in this process. To my mind, without the role of businesses or the full potential of the UPR can only be fulfilled or can only be realized with the meaningful and effective involvement of all relevant stakeholders, including businesses as envisioned by Mr. Tantini. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the representative from the NG. And it is rightly we have pointed out the multi-stakeholders consultations are very vital. And I have to admit that at these junctures we have not get into much engagement with the private sectors. As I recall, one of the pipeline that the government is doing now is developing a business and human rights action plan. That's where we are starting to engage as many stakeholders as possible beyond the CSO and the private sectors. This is our pipeline for the UPR process. We want to build partnerships like many of our panelists have pointed out, so that how we can meet real changes on the ground and to better understand the problems on the ground. And also to strengthen our ownership on the whole entire UPR process. More importantly is to impact real change that will benefit the people on the ground. I assure you that we will continue to enhance our multi-stakeholders collaborations in undertaking this UPR exercise.
Thank you, Michelle. Now that we have addressed the technical issues, my apologies to this room. Sorry for the delay. So may I invite you again to deliver your talk on the topic ending violence against women. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, you can.
Okay, wonderful. I can hear myself to speak, so can this be addressed? Yeah, okay, wonderful. So, Excellencies, distinguished guests, thank you so much to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Malaysia for the kind invitation, and also to the United Nations Resident Coordinator's Office for facilitating my participation. I'm really sorry actually that I was not able to be with you in person. It's something I would have really liked, so hopefully there will be further opportunities in the future. I've actually been asked to focus on the complementary role of the Special Procedures mandate holders and the UPR in facilitating state human rights obligation, including in curbing violence against women, which, as you know, is my mandate. It's actually the oldest mandate among the Special Procedures. Next year, it will be 30 years old. So, before I get into the specifics, just to say that the Universal Periodic Review and the Special Procedures of the Human Rights Council are two distinct mechanisms within the United Nations Human Rights Framework, each playing a crucial role in promoting and protecting human rights, including, of course, when it comes to gender equality and addressing violence against women. And while they do operate independently, they do very much complement each other. And I want to speak briefly to the 8 ways in which they complement each other. So while the UPR offers a comprehensive review, the Special Procedures provide specialized and specific expertise. So the UPR offers a comprehensive review of the country's overall human rights situation, covering various issues pertaining to human rights, including with regards to gender equality and ending violence against women. In contrast, the Special Procedures provide specific and specialized expertise through, obviously, the appointment of independent experts that are experts in their field. So we provide this knowledge and our expertise to the service of states and other stakeholders, like civil society, like national human rights commissions and others. The second way in which they complement each other is UPR offers general recommendations and we offer more specific recommendations. So if you will, we take the general recommendations that the UPR presents and we drill down on more specific situations. So while, as was mentioned by the other speakers, UPR has many recommendations with regards to how Malaysia can advance gender equality, we have taken specific issues and looked at them much further. Through our engagements with the government of Malaysia, through letters. So I'll just say very briefly that over the years, through the letters that we have sent to the government of Malaysia on gender equality and ending violence against women, we have addressed the issue of gender equality with regards to women that are nationals of Malaysia, but of course also women that are non-national, so that could be migrants. We have looked at, for example, the threats to indigenous women through the work of extractive industries or companies. We have looked at, as was mentioned, the issue of sexual violence against children, including girls, or women human rights defenders, or women that have diverse sexual orientations, or issue of return of Malaysian women and children from northern Syria. So these are all kinds of issues that we have drilled down on, as I mentioned. The third issue is the stakeholder engagement. And here I want to, of course, say that both mechanisms allow for the involvement of stakeholders, including civil society organizations, in the human rights monitoring process. Civil society can submit reports and provide input to both the UPR and the special procedures, contributing with very valuable information on the situation of women in Malaysia and efforts to combat violence against them. The fourth way is the interactive dialogue and the follow-up. The UPR involves an interactive dialogue between states, whereas the special procedures often engage in direct communication with governments. And of course, as you know, we also conduct country visits. And I should highlight here that Malaysia is a country that regularly receives special procedures and mandate orders, which is really remarkable. We do not take this as a given. I have counted at least 9 visits by special mandate holders to Malaysia, which of course reflects the openness of the country to engage and dialogue on human rights. And both the UPR and the special procedures include the follow-up process that encourages states to implement the recommendation. The combination of peer review, expert scrutiny provided through the special procedures can definitely enhance the effectiveness of human rights protection, including on violence against women. The fifth issue is collaboration and coordination. And here I would say that states can use the UPR and special procedures to collaborate and coordinate efforts in addressing common human rights challenges. And the recommendations from both mechanisms may overlap, reinforcing the importance of specific actions. So I want to take a specific example. As we studied how Malaysia can enhance equality between men and women in law and in practice, and also how it can adopt more robust measures to combat discriminations. But then, for example, we took, or I took as a mandate holder together with others, the very specific issue of gender discriminatory nationality laws. So that was the subject, for example, of a lecture to the government of Malaysia. And in my last report to the General Assembly on the nexus between violence against women and sleeplessness, I did, for example, mention the very important ruling made by the High Court of Malaysia in 2021, allowing Malaysian mothers married to foreign spouses the right to pass down citizenship to children born abroad. I mentioned this as a good example of the important role that courts can play in order to advance human rights. And of course, we are very much aware that the Court of Appeal unfortunately overturned this decision, and we spoke to this issue in September 2022. But this is a very specific example of how the two come. The sixth issue is international pressure and accountability. Both contribute to creating international pressure and accountability, and the combined scrutiny from peers and independent experts can encourage states to take concrete steps to prevent and address human rights violations. And the seventh way is capacity building and technical assistance. The UPR emphasizes international cooperation and offers a platform for states to provide and receive technical assistance, and the special procedures, particularly through thematic reports, can contribute to building that capacity of states in addressing a human rights issue. And the eighth complementarity is, of course, a special procedures. We can engage very specifically on situation of individual, in my case, an individual woman or a girl, or, of course, on behalf of a group of women and girls, where I think the UPR addresses more systemic and systematic human rights issues. So I will stop here, and once again, thank you for having me, and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Thank you for explaining to us the complementary role of the special procedure holder and the UPR in facilitating states' human rights obligations and on that note, we continue with the question and answer session. Since we have time constraint, we'll have about 10 minutes or so for question and answer. I now open the floor. Yes, sir.
Hello everybody, my name is from Chulan, and I'd like to comment on the issue of business human rights addressed by my friend Asna. I'd like to point out that recently there was a press conference done by our local minister, Asasi, with respect to the National Action Plan 2023 to 2025, where she mentioned issues on business human rights as well as climate change, which both are interrelated. And I think what she mentioned is that the government is seriously looking to formulating and agreeing policies to address these issues. I can't be too long. Secondly, sort of comparative studies will be done together with the CSOs and NGOs as well as other government agencies on how to move forward on these issues. And a steering committee, thirdly, a steering committee will be formed to be chaired by the Honorable Minister. So I think from this angle, there has been a serious move on the part of the government to tackle these issues. And as far as Saka is concerned, we have been actively engaged with the business communities by visiting them, for example, sun plantations, and we have had forums, we participated in the forums organized by Petronas, and so on. So I think it is hopeful that we will advance more in this branch of business, human rights, and climate change. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Pandu. Right, there's another question. Yes.
Hi, good morning. My name is Asya. I'm a refugee youth outreach volunteer. And I want to thank all the panelists first of all for bringing up the different topics, especially for focusing on inclusion of the different groups. Because like Dr. Kyuja, you mentioned, without inclusiveness, we can't really achieve the rest of the goals. So as a refugee myself, I'm here looking at these rights and I'm questioning, are these rights applicable just to the people here, Malaysians, or is it also applicable to refugees? Because when I read these articles 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29 are violated for me as a refugee and also for all the refugee youths that I'm standing here and speaking on behalf. So my first question is, when will refugees be recognized as humans or human enough for these rights to be applied to them as well? And my second question is, if not all these rights, can I just request from everyone here, what about the right to education? If you could just grant us that one right and legalize it for refugees to go to schools and have access to formal education, I think together we can change the world. Because right now, many refugee children are out of school. They don't have access to formal education. It's mostly community-based learning centers. And I doubt that most of us, whether youths, adults, or children, even know of these rights. So if you could educate us on these rights, we will make your dreams come true. Your SDGs will not just be ideals, but a practical solution will come to these. And all these rights, they will no longer be just points on paper, but actual steps that we all can work together towards. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your important questions.
Thank you very much, Aisha, for both comments and questions. When you mentioned right to education, last week the Office of Civil Commission in Selatan has just launched our policy brief on the right to education, and we were congratulated in that event by the Minister herself. Whilst it is also our dream that all children be given equal access, but of course there are steps towards that because of various constraints and limitations. So I can just summarize here. One of the key points that is in the policy brief is that to give recognition to all alternative learning centres and to community learning centres so that children graduating from these centres can proceed for tertiary education. We don't have many success stories yet, but we did have few that were shared during that launch of children from these alternative learning centres who have proceeded to local universities. Secondly, eventually, of course, we would hope that all children be allowed to enter public schools, but we do realize the constraints that the government is facing, and therefore, in the policy brief as well, we have provided some solutions. Some are short-term and some are long-term, because at the end of the day, that will be the ultimate solution that is like Thailand, that does not, even Thailand has been doing it since 2005, there are still children who are not able to go to public schools and they still have alternative learning centers and community learning centers as alternatives. So that will be my take on the right to education.
Thank you, Dr. Paul, for your response.
I think it's really important that you ask questions at a forum like this. I think it really highlights the fracture between commitment and reality. And I think it calls, calls us to shine a bright, harsh light on the inabilities and the things that are causing friction in terms of now that we acknowledge these rights, why are we having trouble translating that into our domestic law, into our institutions, into our systems, into our programs, onto the ground? Because until that happens, then these rights are dead, they are not yet alive. I think it is important for us to keep pushing, because it's the fact that it is difficult doesn't mean that it isn't important. The time that it takes means that lives, potentials, and aspirations are squandered. People are deprived of their dignity, and we all suffer for it. But we would like to forget about that because it would be convenient, because we would say things like it is what it is. But I think it's very important for us to be able to hold that dysfunction, to acknowledge that, and work towards changing our systems within our own spheres of influence. I think that's very, very important. Can I just make a quick comment on what Tunku Fauzi also talked about in the question from Hasim? I think I like Hasim's question because it is refreshing to hear a voice from the private sector asking to be involved in business and human rights concerns. I think, unfortunately, it's refreshing because it's a rare voice that you hear. Generally, the private sector would like to minimize responsibility and would like to have nothing to do with a role of, for example, having any duty to protect human rights. So, but I think it is crucial that there is leadership in the private sector who would step up and say that because we know better, we can do better, and we want to do better. And because these are the businesses that will become more competitive in the future. And we want our economy to be strengthened by business players, entrepreneurs who have that kind of fiber, right? Who have that kind of leadership. So I thought that was very commendable. Thank you.
Thank you for your response. Ladies and gentlemen, we only have time for one more question. And if you do have any other question? Anyone? Excuse me, sir, may you sit down?
First and foremost, thank you to the panelists today. My name is Sango from the United Kingdom of Malaysian Law Students Union. So my question, so first of all, I'd like to reciprocate Dr. Peter's and Dr. Kuala's importance and stress on the independence of national human rights institutions such as SAPA, and perhaps even independent institutions such as Independent Police Product Commission, IPCC. However, when we read the recent amendments tabled or the IPCC bill that was passed last year, there is an obvious lack of independence. For example, in the selection in the Secretary of the IPCC Commission, the Secretary is selected by the Home Minister. Or when we consider that within the amendments of the SWACOM Act, there was no changes in SWACOM's ability to visit detention centers or detention facilities unannounced. So my question is for all the panelists present, how can we ensure greater independence when so many stakeholders are at play? And what are the initiatives Malaysia should take when moving forward? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you refers to the IPCC law itself, I think it went back and forth quite a bit before the final passing of the law. And this law is currently with a different institution. Previously, it was with the Governance and Integrity Agency when it was IPCMC, and now it's IPCC, so it's with the Ministry of Home Affairs. It's not under my view, so I will not be able to comment too much on that. But with reference to the amendments to Sumakam Act, where they are able to attend to visit places of detention, for example, unannounced, I think this was something that we discussed quite extensively with our stakeholders when we were actually looking at the priorities of and the provisions of the law itself. But of course, for Sumakam, what is important is that we follow the guidelines and any written law of that particular institution. I think as long as we comply to that, and we've also agreed with KPN that it will come up with sufficient, a good SOP for us to follow, for Sumakam to follow, when we want to visit a particular place of detention. As long as we have that in place, I think we do not have any issues. And I think in the amendments to Section 4, we also mentioned that if Sumakam were to follow all the guidelines and the written laws accordingly, no place of detention or institution can actually prevent them from conducting their visit. I think that would cover that bit. But just going back to your question on how do we actually work together in order to strengthen, with so many stakeholders. I think the key is for us to all work together, because it's not just the government that plays an important role, but it's even the private sector, the CSOs, the NGOs. So for us at Bali, when we actually draft laws, legislation, it's very important for us to have engagement sessions. So to come up with one piece of legislation, we'll have 10, 15 engagement sessions with different people at grassroots level, for example, to ensure that everyone's buy-in is there and that particular piece of legislation could withstand all forms of comments before it actually goes to Parliament and is passed. So it is not just a single entity that plays a part. We have to work together to make things happen, especially in reference to human rights.
Ms. Lee, would you like to respond to the question?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to just briefly speak to the independence of national human rights commissions. As you know, the Paris Principles do request that national human rights institutions cooperate with the United Nations in the area of protection and promotion of human rights. And of course, national human rights commissions have a very strong and long record of cooperating also with the Human Rights Council and its predecessor. They provide vital information regarding the human rights record of the country, as well as issuing recommendations. So we need to strengthen that engagement, and special procedures can also help in reasserting the role of an independent human rights commission, and also in asserting its role in a society. So we have to continue to support each other mutually.
Thank you for your replies.
I believe that we need to work with different stakeholders on the matter, especially on women and girls empowerment. So, as I mentioned just now, we work together with different kind of stakeholders, whether government agencies, even national human rights institutions, NGOs. So, in order for us to make sure that the rights of the women and girls, especially, is preserved. Thank you.
also like to wrap up that the key our discussion here is constructive engagement and also the importance of having multi-stakeholders consultations whenever the government is intending to undertake a new human rights commitment or acceding to any human rights conventions. It is important for us to do so to ensure that all the views of our people, especially the grassroots people, are directly impacted by the policies taken on board. We again emphasize that it is important for us to continue to have this very constructive, pragmatic, and also inclusive approach when approaching all human rights issues in Malaysia.
Thank you very much for all the questions that were raised and again for this opportunity. Yes, I think what is more important is that we cannot do this alone. Neither Sahatan can do this alone, nor the agencies can do this alone. We need to collaborate more. And what I found out in my short 9 months and 2 days today of being a student commissioner is that we do not reintegrate our efforts very well. You know, everybody is working in silos, and because of that, in the area of child protection particularly, children will fall through the cracks. So let's hope that 2024 will pave better way towards greater collaboration among all of us, agencies, government, ministries, CSOs, and children definitely, and hopefully we will be able to integrate our efforts more efficiently.
Thank you very much, panelists, for your kind replies, and thank you very much, members of the audience, for your questions. I'm afraid we have come to the end of the session, and before I hand over to the MC for today's ceremony, let me thank again each and every speaker for their very insightful talk on the role of the UPR in contention of the human rights today. So I would like to ask you to join me to express our appreciation by giving them a tremendous round of applause. Thank you.
Short ceremony and video. Then after that I do closing.
Human rights obligations. We also commend that the panel's discussion on how Malaysia would be able to address the challenges and move forward in attaining its national goals of human rights priorities through the UPR agenda. I would like to invite the Director and the rest of our panelists to be seated together with our two panelists online for a group photo. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to move ahead with the next item or the next segment of our today's program. Please bear with us while we clear the stage to accommodate the next segment of our program. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite now Yang Berbahagia Datuk Mahathir Mohamad, the Commissioner of Sohakam, to the stage for the presentation of Sohakam's activity guidebook for the Human Rights Best Practices in Schools program, or AHAM. Puan Zainullah Haji Muhammad, Principal of Sekolah Kebangsaan Wangsa Melawati, and Cikgu Nur Shazira Kadir, Guidance Counselor from Sekolah Kebangsaan Kiara Mas, to join Yang Berbahagia Datuk Mahathir for this symbolic ceremony.
From a legal point of view, everyone is entitled to their and equal protection. These fundamental rights have been enshrined under Article 8 of the Federal Constitution as may be specified in the Constitution. Malaysia is a multiracial country with diverse languages and cultural backgrounds, consisting of more than 80 different ethnic groups in the peninsula, Sabah and Sarawak. In a human rights context, any form of discrimination towards a person is considered a human rights violation. Did you know Malaysia became a member state of the United Nations in 1957? Every United Nations member state has a responsibility for ensuring the protection of human rights within the country through the Universal Declaration of Human Rights (UDHR). Therefore, the Human Rights Commission of Malaysia, Suhakam, was established by the Malaysian Parliament under the Human Rights Commission of Malaysia Act 1999 Act 597 on the 9th of September 1999 for the protection and promotion of human rights in Malaysia as set out in the UDHR, but provided that provisions specified are in line with the federal constitution. We as Malaysians must uphold the principles of the Rukun Negara, the national ideology that was declared on the 31st of August 1970. The spirit and values of Rukun Negara is not just to be read and remembered, but it has to be practiced by all Malaysians. It represents the basis for racial unity that is essential to ensure prosperity and stability of the country. Let's learn about racial discrimination. Under international law, the term racial discrimination shall mean any distinction, exclusion, restriction, or preference based on race, color, descent, or national or ethnic origin, which has the purpose or effect of nullifying or impairing the recognition, enjoyment, or exercise on an equal footing of human rights and fundamental freedoms in the political, economic, social, cultural, or any other field of public life. In general, racial discrimination can occur with the impact and cause undermining effect towards the fundamental rights of the person, resulting from any form of inappropriate and unreasonable action from any group that is differentiated by four main elements, namely race, skin color, descent, nationality, or ethnic origin. Malaysia's participation in international treaties is one of the steps in addressing issues of discrimination and to respect and protect the rights of the oppressed. Until now, Malaysia has acceded to three core international treaties, namely the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women (CEDAW), the Convention on the Rights of the Child (CRC), and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities (CRPD). Racial discrimination can occur in various situations. For example, selection criteria of employment based on race, color, descent, or ethnicity, discrimination in the right to adequate housing in relation to renting or buying a house, race-based hate speech toward a person on social media. As concerned citizens, we can play a role in combating racial discrimination through encouraging inclusive participation consisting of people of different races, empowering yourself in human rights education, reporting any human rights violation to Suhaka. Let us stand up against racial discrimination by expressing our love and respect towards achieving prosperity and national unity. For more information, please contact Suhaka.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the video just now is part of Suhakam's campaign to fight against racial discrimination and xenophobia outlined in Suhakam's 2021 until 2025 strategic plan. The main aim of this plan is for Malaysia to achieve a united, harmonious society that is equal and just. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I now have the honor to invite Yang Berusaha, Pendidikan Syariah Zainal Abidin, Director of Policy and Research Section, Legal Affairs Section of the Prime Minister's Department, to deliver the closing address on behalf of Yang Berusaha Policy.
Yang berbahagia Datuk Merati Robert, Commissioner Human Rights Commission of Malaysia atau SUHAKAM, Her Excellency Ms. Karima Akbari, United Nations Resident Coordinator for Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei Darussalam, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera and salam Malaysia to all. Firstly, I would like to convey best wishes from the Deputy Minister in the Prime Minister's Department, Tuan Kapal Singh, who is unable to deliver this closing address. I will be delivering this speech on his behalf. I sincerely would like to thank the Human Rights Day Forum 2023 organizers for inviting me to deliver this closing remark. I would like to take this opportunity to extend my utmost gratitude to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Legal Affairs Division of the Prime Minister's Department, the Human Rights Commission of Malaysia or SUHAKAM, and the United Nations in Malaysia for organizing these events. The theme for today's forum, DHR 75, Malaysia's journey in advancing the human rights agenda through the Universal Periodic Review, is very timely as we commemorate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, or UDHR, embarked on the 4th UPR, or the Universal Periodic Review, cycle next year. This is to highlight Malaysia's achievement in human rights issues based on the recommendations received in 2018. I'm pleased that this annual forum has provided an opportunity to reflect on Malaysia's accomplishments and identify areas for enhancement in the realm of human rights. Committing to these principles is paramount, and forums like what we have now play a crucial role in fostering a culture of rights and justice in our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, the government is very committed to ensuring every Malaysian can practice their rights, as stated in our federal constitution. Within a year, the government led by the Honourable Prime Minister Datuk Sri Anwar Ibrahim has worked towards the aspiration to uphold the human rights agenda to various institutional reforms. Among the significant changes achieved is abolishing the mandatory death penalty, which came into effect last July. This policy and legal reform is also one of the recommendations received during the UPR cycle in 2018, which signifies the government's collective aspiration to strengthen the country's human rights principles. The government has also amended the Penal and Criminal Procedure Code to make stalking a crime in April 2023. This significant amendment, which is more commonly addressed as the anti-stalking provision at this moment, improve Malaysia's response to gender-based violence, while at the same time providing relief and protection for survivors for both physical and online stalking. Understanding the vital role of the Human Rights Commission of Malaysia or SUHAKAM in ensuring that the promotion and protection of human rights is consistently upheld, the government also tabled the amendment to the SUHAKAM Act just 2 weeks ago at the House of Representatives. The amendments, which aim to expand the function and powers of SUHAKAM, are opportune, as it will equip SUHAKAM with the necessary institutional strength it requires to promote further and uphold human rights in Malaysia more effectively and efficiently. Apart from that, the appointment of commissioners from diverse backgrounds, including persons with disabilities, will further amplify their voices, allowing the marginalized community access to better opportunities. Considering SUHAKAM, the Madani government will continue to ensure that the upcoming SUHAKAM annual report is tabled and debated in Parliament. The debate on SUHAKAM's annual report is a testament to the Madani's government aspiration to provide space and opportunity to discuss human rights issues in Malaysia. In the same vein, the government is also proposing to launch the National Action Plan on Human and Human Rights, or known as NAPHR, by the end of 2024. With the NAPHR soon to take place, the government is confident that issues related to human rights violations due to business activities can be controlled and hopefully significantly reduced. Distinguished guests, the reforms that were previously mentioned are among the many reform agendas that have been implemented further to strengthen human rights principles in Malaysia. I also want to assure all of you that the government is committed to enacting beneficial laws as it is, to ensuring that the enforcement of these laws will be thoroughly looked into. However, it must be noted that changes and implementation of law rely heavily on all of us, the people, and also we are there. And as we embark into the new year, and despite many challenges ahead, I believe it is essential for everyone to acknowledge the collective duty to make systemic changes for the betterment of our country, because only by doing the change together, we will be able to build a nation that respects and upholds the rights of every individual, especially the vulnerable segments of our society. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Malaysia will continue to towards more human rights-centric laws within the unique multiracial interests of its people that are tailored to the local context. I take the opportunity to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as the primary coordinator who will lead the Malaysian delegates in the upcoming Universal Period Review cycle. I look forward to receiving constructive recommendations to strengthen Malaysia's current human rights reform agenda. Lastly, allow me to extend my sincerest appreciation to the organizing committee, panelists and speakers, and all of you today, both physical and online attendees, for making this event fruitful. Let's work together for a better tomorrow. Sekian, terima kasih, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on the note, we have come to the end of today's program. On behalf of the organizers, we would like to thank for your attendance and participation in support of today's celebration of the Human Rights Day. We have the pleasure to invite everyone to the reception hall at the foyer outside of the ballroom to enjoy some refreshments served. Assalamualaikum.